Euh, O. Ah,
Ah, il y a un live qui marche. Ah
très
non, ça,
bien.
c'est moi ça. Ah si, live.
Ah, il faut le renommer du coup?
Regarde. Ah, mais là, au téléphone.
Ah ouais,
Oui,
mais il
mais
faut
si,
renommer les lives du coup,
non,
non?
là, c'est marché.
Pronto?
C'est bon, là, il n'y a pas l'entête avec si, tu vois. C'est ça qu'il faudrait qu'on arrive à enlever sur WebEx.
Euh,
Non, mais ça, il c'est ça. Mais alors, il faudrait là que c'est lui. Non, parce que quand il y a l'autre personne qui va être connectée, il va y avoir le bon, personne.
ouais, ouais, ouais. Pronto? Ciao, 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 ciao. 1, 2, 3, kick. No? Ah, but it's very late. Ah, le streaming YouTube. La tête. Pronto? Sì. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you to the member of the committee for being here today. My name is Giorgio Varesco, and my PhD thesis focuses on the fatigability and neuromuscular performance of old and very old healthy adults. So we expected that by 2050, the global population over 65 years old will increase from the actual 9% to 17%. And that the oldest part of the population, individuals aged more than 8 years old, what we call very old adults, will increase from the actual 127 million to 447. Sorry. This will have a heavy burden on the healthcare system cost because of the increased rate of hospitalization that is also caused by the aging processes. And the aging process starts up approximately at 30 years old. For example, starting from this age, for each decade, we lose approximately 10% of our maximal oxygen consumption, 7% of our maximal heart rate, and 5% of muscle mass per decade. And it's also estimated that from the age of 30 till the age of 80, we lose more or less 30% of our maximal force. And this loss in maximal force is linear with age until 60 years old. And after that, we will have an increase in the force loss. And it's estimated that, some longitudinal studies, estimated that there is an acceleration starting from 8 years old from 1.5% to 3% per year. So this alteration in maximal force capacity is due to different alteration across the neuromuscular system. So starting from the supraspinal center, for example, we have impaired ability to rapidly activate the muscle. We have limited impairments in voluntary activation that could also depend by the physical activity of each individual. Going down to the level of the motor units, we have two parallel phenomenon. So we have a motor units loss and muscle fiber atrophies, and this muscle fiber atrophy and motor fiber loss interest primarily type 2 muscle fibers. So the results will be that the muscle of all the adults will be primarily composed by a higher percentage of type 1 muscle fibers. And going down to the level of the muscle, we know that specific force decreases, and this is caused by a change in muscle architecture, but also by an increase in fat infiltration that would impede effective contraction. And finally, at the level of the myosin-actin cross-bridge cycling, we know that contraction speed and relaxation rate deteriorates. So all these impairments across the neuromuscular system will impair performance, and not only in the activities of daily living, but also in our laboratory. So in the lab, we can express performance as, for example, time to exhaustion at a given workload, as the total number of contraction performed at a given workload, and as the total work performed, which is the product between, for example, the total number of contraction and the workload performed. And what limits performance is usually fatigue. That has been divided in two main components by the most recent taxonomy proposed by Enoch and Duchateau in 2016. So the first one is perceived fatigability, which is a sensation of tiredness that follows exertion. And the second one is performance fatigability, which is defined as an exercise-induced loss in muscle force or power that could be due to impairments at the neural level of the neuromuscular system. So we can have impairments in voluntary activation, or to the muscular level on the neuromuscular system, and we can have impairments in contractile function. And in this thesis work, we will primarily focus on performance fatigability. So now when I will say fatigability, I will refer to performance fatigability. And there is, so higher fatigue resistance, higher resistance to fatigue will improve performance, okay? So greater fatigue resistance will lead to greater absolute performance. So why bother inserting this new term? Because we also define greater fatigue resistance as similar absolute performance between two groups, but one of the groups maybe shows lower performance fatigability, so we define this condition as greater fatigue resistance. So when we take a look in the literature that investigates the age-related difference in performance and fatigability, we'll see that there are a lot of studies comparing young and old adults, but there are very few evidence on very old adults, individuals more than 80 years old. And across those three studies, actually, there are three, there are just only two studies that compare young, old, and very old adults, while the third study has just a group of young and very old adults. So this leads us to the main objective of this thesis work, that is to investigate performance and fatigability in young, old, and very old adults in the knee extensors. So why on this muscle group? Because it's involved in locomotion, and its function has been related to higher risk of autonomy loss and frailty, and the incidence of frailty. So starting with study A, we investigate fatigue, age-related difference in fatigue and fatigability in isometric condition. Why? Because it's the most diffusing fatiguing task when evaluate the age-related differences. And if you take a look at the results from the literature, we will observe that there is a higher performance fatigability for young adults compared to the old. This is well illustrated here by the study of Soljanik et al. In 2017. So they perform a 2 minutes maximum voluntary isometric contraction, and we can see that the force loss is increasingly higher in young adults compared to the old adults group. Regarding the etiology of this performance fatigability, in the literature is reported greater impairments in contractile function for young compared to old adults, while we will observe no differences in voluntary activation between age groups. Regarding the very old adults, we have just one study that investigated the age-related differences following isometric fatiguing task, and this study was performed on the upper limbs, and they didn't have the group of old to make comparison with. What this study shows was similar fatigability between young and old adults, while we don't have data about performance, but the study of Justice et al. In 2014 indicates that starting from old age, we have a decrease in performance until very old age. So the main hypothesis of this study was to evaluate the age-related differences in performance and fatigability induced by an isometric intermittent fatigue task in men and women. We had our three age groups of men and women, and we set the workload as percentage of maximal force because it's the most used approach when evaluating the age-related differences in performance fatigability. What we expected was that performance would decrease with advancing age. We also expect, according to what we previously said about the results in the literature, that older adults will show lower level of fatigability compared to the other two age groups. We expect similar results for the contractile function, and we didn't expect any age-related difference in voluntary activation. So going to the method, this is an illustration about our experimental setting. So we assess force thanks to a custom-built isometric chair, and we assess the response, the etiology, of performance fatigability using femoral nerve magnetic stimulation. Going to the fatiguing task, we use the so-called quadriceps intermittent fatigue test, or KIF test. And the test started with a first maximal contraction, a first neuromuscular evaluation that I will going to explain you in a few seconds. Following this first neuromuscular evaluation, we have 10 contraction performed at a rhythm of 5 seconds on, 5 seconds off, at 10% an intensity that is 10% of their maximal force. Then, during a 45-second rest, we have a second neuromuscular evaluation, followed by a second stage, identical to the first one, but this time we increase by 10% the workload, etc., until task failure. So we quantified performance, absolute performance in the case as a total work performed at the KIF test. So this was the total area under the curve for each contraction performed at the KIF test. Relative performance was set as the total number of contractions performed at the test. The neuromuscular evaluation consisted in the interpolated twitch technique. So we have a maximal voluntary isometric contraction where we superimposed 1 Hz tablet that we call superimposed twitch. And the similar response was evoked at rest. So we used the decrease in maximum voluntary isometric contraction force to quantify performance fatigability. We use a ratio between the two evoked response as an index of impairments in voluntary activation. And finally, we use the decrease in the potentiated twitch as index of impairments of contraction function. Going to the results. So let's start with maximal force. Maximal force was lower for women compared to men for all age groups, okay? And it decreased with advancing age for both sex groups. And when we normalize maximal force to body weight, we observed that those results remain consistent. Regarding relative performance, we observed greater number of contraction performed by old adults compared to the other two age groups, while we didn't notice any difference between the number of contraction performed by young adults versus very old adults. We didn't notice any sex-related difference. And regarding the absolute performance, we observed that young and old adults perform similarly, while very old adults perform significantly lower total work compared to the other two age groups. And finally, for those results for absolute performance, men perform a greater total workload compared to women. Going to the results of performance fatigability, we didn't observe any age-related difference. So we pulled together those two groups for our analysis. Okay, so let's start with performance fatigability. Here we have the baseline at 100%. And what we can notice is that for the stages that all participants perform, all common stages, we have greater performance fatigability for very old adults compared to the young adults. At exhaustion, we observe similar performance fatigability between very old adults and young adults, while lower performance fatigability was observed for old adults compared to young adults. Regarding contractile function, we didn't observe any impairments at the first 4 common stages performed by all participants, while at exhaustion, the 1 Hz tablet evoked at rest was suppressed similarly in all age groups without age-related differences. For voluntary activation, we observed just an impairment in very old adults and at stage 1, while no other difference were noticed during the task or at exhaustion between groups or from baseline. Okay, so let's sum up the results obtained in study 1. So first, we observe similar absolute performance between young adults and old adults. And second, very old adults perform worse than the other two age groups. If you want to start to explain that, we can say that for young adults, they possess greater level of maximal force, but lower fatigue resistance, compared to old adults that possess lower maximal force, but greater fatigue resistance. And we think that those two factors compensate each other and will lead to a similar absolute performance. While very old adults having lower maximal performance compared to the other two age groups and low fatigue resistance, we think that the union between those two factors would have led to lower absolute performance compared to the other two age groups. So what we could notice is that according to our definition, old men are more fatigue resistant compared to young adults. Old adults, not young men. And this fatigue resistance is not maintained at very old age. So for the second study of this thesis, study B, we wanted to focus on this population of very old adults and characterize this population. So we wanted to evaluate the association in particular between physical activity data, neuromuscular parameters, some biological variables, and the result to some functional tests that we obtained on very old adults. We also, a second aim was to evaluate also the sex-related differences between very old men and very old women. This study was done in collaboration with the INRA and the University of Clermont-Auvergne. And it started with this information. So it seems that muscle quality, which is the force per unit of muscle volume, decrease with advancing age. However, if we take in consideration the level of physical activity, what we will notice is that very active individuals can maintain their muscle quality across age. So what we did was to evaluate physical activity through actimetry in our group of very old men and very old women. We retrieved the results obtained previously by the KIF test. And we also had other additional neuromuscular data. Okay, we had already force, maximal force, but we also had rate of force development data and force steadiness. We had results from DEXA, so in particular appendicular free fat mass and fat mass. And we also had the results of the time up and go test and Sims minute walking test from the same participants. We also could get the data from blood analysis and biopsy sample on the vastus lateralis that we obtained on the same participants. And let's do a little bit more, let's focus a little bit more on the variables that we obtained through muscle biopsies. We had information about muscle morphology, enzymatic activities, and the capillary density of obtained from biopsies analysis. Starting from the information that we obtained through these biopsy samples, we had that the percentage area, which is the area occupied by each fiber type on a sample of 100 fibers, we can notice that very old women possess lower percentage area compared to men, regardless the muscle type typology. And we can also notice that the muscle of very old adults was primarily composed that more oxidative muscle type fibers, such as the type 1 and type 2A. We also had another information that this is the shape factor that is an indicator of muscle fibers neural degenerations. And what this shape factor indicates, so it's that a shape factor of 1 indicates a round fiber, so a healthy fiber. And if the shape factor is over than 1, we have a more angular fiber. And this is an index of the muscle fiber neurodegenerative process. And we can notice that for all muscle fiber, shape factor was over than 1. So those muscle fibers were deteriorating, particularly type 2A and 2X that are scarce. I said that we also retrieve previous data from the KIF test that we performed on the same participants. So this was just a reminder of the data that we obtained before. So first, maximal force was lower for women compared to men, while total number of contraction and fatigability was similar between sex groups. We noticed an association between total work and physical activity, but only for women, while for men, we observed an association between the get up and go test and the physical activity. So very old men that performed better at the get up and go test had higher level of physical activity. I wanted to compare those data with the data that we obtained through muscle biopsies. However, the problem is that we had a lot of variables and it was not easy to make an association, a correlation study. So we needed to reduce the number of our variables. For doing that, we performed a factor analysis. So in particular, a principal component analysis. And through this principal component analysis, we extracted two main components with an eigenvalue higher than 1 that alone explain 62% of the total variance, which is pretty good for this kind of data. The first component extracted was called muscle oxidative quality, and it consisted of the percentage area of type 1 and type 2 fibers, their capillary density, and then the enzymatic activity of some enzyme involved in the oxidative pathway. This component explained 44% of the total variance and was positively associated with maximal force in women. So stronger women had greater muscle oxidative quality. The second component extracted was we call it morphological fiber abnormalities, and it was composed by the shape factors of different muscle fiber types. It explained alone 18% of the total variance, but it was not associated with any other neuromuscular or biological parameter. This study has some limitation, but the main one is that we had a relatively homogeneous groups in terms of physical activity. So for the sample that we had, they were pretty active. So they accrued more than 8,000 steps per day, which, if we want to use the definition proposed by Tudor-Locke et al. In 2011 for what we can define at this age as active, we can see that actually very active individuals need to just accrue 7,000 steps per day, and we are clearly above. So the limitation is that we didn't include really sedentary individuals, which represent the biggest part of the very old adult population. Okay, so let's stay together and resume the results from study A and B. In study A, we obtained that old adults are more fatigue resistant than young at the isometric KIF test. That this fatigue resistance was not maintained at very old age. In study B, we noticed that performance or fatigability at the KIF test for very old adults were not correlated with any biological parameters. However, because we observe an association between physical activity and total work for women and physical activity and the results of the time up and go test for men, we conclude that activities such as walking would impact the neuromuscular function of very old adults. Possible limitation is the functional implication of the KIF test in isometric contraction, because during the activities of daily living, we don't usually perform isometric contraction. The contraction are more dynamic. So this observation pushed us to perform another study, study C. And let's start with two main observations. The first one is that the difference in neuromuscular function within age groups depend on the contraction mode. So we performed the first study in isometric condition, and as we said before, old adults show lower level of performance fatigability compared to the young. However, during concentric contraction, fatiguing tasks, what we can observe from this study of Sandberg et al. In 2018 is that this time, performance fatigability was quantified as power loss. And what we can notice is that power loss is greater in old adults compared to young adults, okay? And in very old adults, the loss in maximal power across the test is even greater. So there is clearly a difference between isometric and concentric fatiguing tasks from those data. The second observation was that some of the age-related differences might be masked by different absolute performance. So to illustrate this observation, I will refer to the study performed by Weevil et al. In 2018. So they recruited a group of young and old adults, and they asked them to perform a concentric and a cycling task at 80% of their peak power output until exhaustion. And what they obtained at exhaustion is that for both tasks, performance fatigability was greater for the young adults compared to the old adults. However, if we take a closer look to the data, we can see that young adults perform greater total work, greater absolute performance, because they pushed a higher workload in both tasks for longer time. So what Weevil and colleagues did is that they asked to young and old adults to perform exactly the same task. That means the same power output pushed for the same duration. And what they obtained this time is greater performance fatigability for old compared to young adults, as we can expect it from the performance in activities of daily living. So the aim of this study was to evaluate the age-related difference in performance and fatigability induced by different fatiguing tasks, in particular an isometric, a concentric, and a cycling task. We had our three groups of young, old, and very old men this time, because we didn't have the time to recruit the women because of the COVID pandemic. We set the workload as percentage of body weight because this approach looked good for us to simulate the activities of daily living, as during walking or climbing stairs. Those are actions where the workload that we push is our body weight. And what we expected in this design is that performance will decrease with advancing age for the old task performed. And regarding fatigability, according to the previous studies, we hypothesized that old adults will show lower level of performance fatigability compared to the other two age groups for the isometric task, while we expect an age-related decrease in performance, age-related increase in performance fatigability for the concentric and the cycling task. Going to the method, also in this case, we use a Kiev test. This time, the stages lasted 2 minutes with 1 minute of rest between stages. They consisted in 75 contractions at a rhythm of 0.5 second on, 0.5 second off. We quantified performance fatigability as a loss in both maximal isometric and concentric torque. However, today we'll present you just the results regarding the isometric and the loss in isometric torque. The neuromuscular evaluation that we perform before, during, and after the task consisted again in the interpolation tweet technique. So our participants perform maximum isometric contraction, and the drop in the maximal isometric force was used as an index of performance fatigability. We evoke the response through electrical stimulation this time, because during study A, we noticed some limitation regarding the use of femoral nerve magnetic stimulation because of the fat thickness, in particular with very old adults, that impaired effective stimulation of the femoral nerve. So we had our superimposed singlet, because it's less painful than a doublet. And we evoked the same response at rest. Of course, again, the ratio between those two evoked response was used as an index of voluntary activation, and the drop in the resting singlet response was used as an index of impairments of contractile function. Also during the test, for evaluating the cardiovascular stress, we measured heart rate. So this is a video that represents the last seconds of a stage. So we see that during all the 3 tasks, our participants were performing the contraction of 0.8 second on, 0.8 second off. Then they stopped and they performed the neuromuscular evaluation. So usually we can perform the neuromuscular evaluation immediately after an isometric or a concentric task because we just block the isokinetic dynamometers. However, during a cycling task, we usually need to move our participants from our cycloergometer to an isometric chair or isokinetic dynamometer. And so in this lab, we have these innovative cycloergometers that allow us to block the pedal and perform the neuromuscular evaluation in loco without the need to move our participants to another ergometer. So the final detail that I want to provide you regarding this protocol is that the increments were set at 5% of body weight, starting at 10%. The same calculation was not possible for the cycling session, so the increments were set at 0.3 watts per kilo, starting at 0.6. Okay, so let's go to the results. Performance. Performance during the isometric task was greater for young adults compared to the other 2 age groups. A similar result was obtained for the concentric task, so young adults performed better than old and very old adults, while in the cycling task, we observe an age-related decrease in performance. So in this case, we also observe a difference between old and very old adults. And what can explain this difference in performance is that the relative workload increased with advancing age. So the increments of 5% of body weight, for example, for young adults corresponded to an increment of 6% of the maximum voluntary isometric contraction force, while for very old adults was the double. It consisted in 12% of the maximum voluntary isometric contraction force. And regarding the results of performance fatigability, during the common stage performed by all our participants, you can notice that that impairments occur earlier and similarly between old and very old adults. During the concentric task, we didn't observe any age-related difference in impairments in performance fatigability. And in the cycling task, similarly to the isometric, we observe that impairments occur earlier and in a similar extent in old and very old adults. So this was for the common stage performed. Regarding what happened at exhaustion is that all very old adults show lower performance fatigability compared to young adults, while we didn't observe any age-related difference at exhaustion for the other 2 fatiguing tasks, so for the concentric and the cycling task. Regarding contractile functions, so now we move to the etiology of this performance fatigability. During the task, for all the 3 fatiguing tasks, we observed that impairment occurred earlier and similarly in old and very old adults, while they were lower for young adults. At exhaustion, we didn't notice any age-related difference in impairment of the contractile function. Regarding voluntary activation, we didn't observe any impairment during the task for the 3 sessions, maybe a little impairment for the old adults at stage 1. And at exhaustion, the same, we didn't observe any age-related impairment in isometric, concentric, or cycling task, maybe at exhaustion for young adults for the cycling task. However, maybe it could be due to the lower variability in the age group, as the mean is exactly the same. Okay, so let's try to sum up the results obtained by study C. We have that performance was greater for young adults compared to the other 2 age groups in the isometric and the concentric task. as we saw before. And that for the cycling session, absolute performance decreased with advancing age. Regarding the performance fatigability results, we had that at exhaustion, young adults show greater level of performance fatigability compared to very old adults. Maybe this was due to the shorter duration of the exercise for very old adults, so they didn't develop that much of impairments. While for the other two fatiguing tasks, we observed similar impairments in performance fatigability across age groups. Regarding the performance fatigability etiology, because we didn't observe any impairments in voluntary activation, we suppose that the etiology was mainly in the contractile function. Okay, so what we learned from this thesis work is that the age-related differences that varies across fatiguing tasks, but not just that. They also depend on the approach that we use to set the workload. So let's start to compare the study within this thesis. So for example, in both study A and study C, we perform an isometric contraction, so we can compare those. In study A, we observe similar absolute performance between young and old adults at exhaustion, while in study C, we observe greater performance for young men compared to old men. And what could have been an advantage for the old adults in study A? Well, first, we had a rhythm of 5 seconds on and 5 seconds off contraction that could have induced some level of muscle ischemia. So we know from the literature that old adults has lower blood flow occlusion compared to young adults. So this could have impede the accumulation of metabolites and thus retard the occurrence of fatigue. We have that the muscle of old adults is composed in greater part by type 1 muscle fibers compared to the young adults, which are those muscle fibers are more fatigue resistant, so they could have been advantages. And finally, we have to remember that for study A, absolute workload was lower with advancing age. So for example, because young adults were stronger than old or very old adults, the 10% of their maximal force may be consistent in 10 kilos. I'm making up those data. While because they were less strong, the 10% of maximal force for very old adults could consist in 5 kilos. In study C, the faster contraction rhythm of 0.8 second on, 0.8 second off could have avoid the occurrence of muscle ischemia. And moreover, in this case, the relative load was greater with advancing age, because the ratio of the muscle of the force per muscle in very old adults is lower than young adults. Furthermore, we didn't observe any difference in absolute performance during the isometric contraction study in study C between old and very old adults. This could be due to the slower contractile properties with advancing age. That could have mean to lower cost of isometric contraction for very old adults compared to the old. But we explain mainly these results thanks to the high variability of the physiological outcome in the older population that could have masked some of the age-related differences. So we described the results obtained in study C for the isometric task. We obtained regarding absolute performance a similar results in the concentric session. So young adults perform better than the other two age groups. Regarding fatigability, it was similar at exhaustion and mainly peripheral in origin. This was true for the young, for the isometric and the concentric task. For the concentric task, this was not expected. This was not in contrary to our hypothesis. However, if we take a look in the literature to study that perform concentric contraction at a similar contraction velocity, we will see similar results that are reported. So we use 120 degrees per second. So this result was not completely unexpected for the concentric task. Going to the cycling session, we observed that performance decreased with advancing age. And this could be explained by the greater load that with the advancing age. But the greater cardiovascular stress in this session compared to the other two that could have performance. And by the fact that there were multiple muscles involved in this task, so these were single limb tasks that involved just the knee extensors, while cycling involves multiple muscle. So fatigue will occur in different muscle, not just from the knee extensors. Or we explored just the response of this the quadriceps muscle. So what it was evidence from study C was that, especially in the cycling session, was that there are important impairments in the neuromuscular function at very old age. However, in study B, we didn't observe any direct association between neuromuscular and biological parameters. And this could be due by the fact that the neuromuscular parameters are a macro parameter that depends by the impairments that occurs across the neuromuscular system. For example, some variables that we didn't even evaluate, for example, motor control or coordination, could have impaired performance. While the biological parameters is a small sample that we obtain from the vastus lateralis and maybe don't represent, maybe it's not associated with a macro parameter. Of course, we have also the greater variability in very old adults that could have masked some of those results or influenced the association. But we also had the limitation of our homogeneous groups of very active individuals. Indeed, for our study, for all our studies, we perform them on healthy and active individuals. So on one side, this could have limited the influence of physical inactivity when evaluating the aging process. On the other side, we don't know what will happen in active individuals. So this could be a first perspective comparing inactive and active individuals to differentiate the effect of aging from the effect of physical inactivity. A second perspective could be to try in those inactive individuals to see if we can obtain, at the end of the training, similar performance in the individuals that remain active during their whole lifespan and individuals that we train just at a certain time point. And also what we show through the last study is that we could detect neuromuscular impairments using a more ecologically valid test, so the cycling session. And this could, in our opinion, this could help the transition from the study of fundamental physiology to maybe its application in more a clinical setting. And with this last perspective, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Yeah, I hope it works. Should work.
Okay, yeah, seems to work. Okay, so every member of the jury, as you know, will ask you questions in turn, and we'll start with Professor Stéphane Baudry from Université Libre de Bruxelles in Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Giorgio, for your very nice presentation that resumed very well your large work. I mean, it was very impressive, all the work you've done, especially during this pandemic situation where I guess it was very difficult to recruit and to ask subjects to come to the lab. So first of all, I would like to acknowledge this amount, this huge amount of work. That's very impressive.
Thank you.
And also the fact that you cover a large part of the aging process, I mean, you have a lot of different variables from different perspectives. So I would say interdisciplinary approaches, which is always more difficult than if you focus only on one point. So it's also very good to see that you're able to do that in 3 years, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Right. So I think, and I have to say or to add that I have really a pleasure. It was really a pleasure to read your book. I mean your thesis, because it is mainly well written, and especially well because it's French. Sometimes it's English, and sometimes in both. So. I mean, it could be another ability that you masterize 2 languages for your master thesis, your PhD thesis, sorry. Master thesis. So, well, it was very good work. But for sure, I have some questions.
Yeah.
And maybe the first question is maybe a trivial one, but I would wondering, what is very old adults? How did you define what is old, very old? How can you define that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So yeah, it's a very, very trivial one because we define very old adults as individual age more than 80, but if we use age as a continuous variables, this become more challenging. So maybe in this definition that we use, it helped us, but it's maybe a bias, depending by this perspective, is the fact that we recruit the very old adults from a cohort. So those individuals were recruited in 2002 for a cohort study. So they have more or less 1 or 2 years difference each other. So during the recruitment process, we noticed that when we called the very old adults from this cohort, they had exactly 82 years, every one of them. So we couldn't use age as continuous variables. And so we said, you know what, maybe it's better than rather than studying continuous variables, we differentiate them between groups. And the literature, the very recent literature kind of helped us because the study of, it's our meta-analysis from Jacobi et al. In, I think, 2021, helped us to define this acceleration starting from about 75, 80 years old of age, which was shown by some longitudinal study before. So we define, okay, maybe those are very different from old adults that we usually define as individual age more than 60 or 65 years old, depending by the study. So we are going to divide them in old adults and very old adults. This of course is not really an answer. This is more on what happened and why we made the choice to call them very old adults.
Well, basically, we're here to discuss what you did, not really to have an answer to any questions. It's just discussion. But based on this and considering, well, the recruitment bias that you have, basically, but imagine a situation where you don't have this bias. Yeah. Could you imagine that you can use other variables than the biological ages or not the legal ages to dissociate, for example, people from your result, for example? What could be another way to recruit subject, basically, to study fatigue across aging?
What I would do if I could have recruit participants from every age.
You can do everything you want.
Okay. And I will use age as continuous variables, and I will no more use this kind of vocabulary such as comparison between groups or this kind of stuff. I personally will, if we have to recruit healthy, active, etc., I will use just it as continuous variables because also there is a huge variability between individuals that is determined by what they did before, like during their lifespan. So maybe a guy of 75 years old, we cannot any difference from another one that has 68, maybe, just because of different, it's me? different history.
Yeah, that's something that it was remarkable on your work is the large variability, especially in the very old adults. And that's probably one of the reasons, well, that you just use age and not something else. So when you see this large variability, it means that probably age is not the only problem.
Yes.
It probably have different. And did you just try like this to see if you have another result if you take maximal force, because you use maximal force to establish performance fatigability, for example. And I was wondering if you use this kind of variables instead of biological aging. Did you see something else?
To predict, like we.
Well,
So
just your results.
Yeah.
Do you think that your result could differ if you use MVC force instead of age as a mean to cluster your subject?
Yeah. So because from design we said, okay, to differentiate group we use age, legal age. I didn't perform this analysis, but I ran some association to see if we can really cluster participants based on their neuromuscular characteristic. And I have to say that regarding maximal force, because it's an easy index, wait, I have this slide. It's not really sorry. Okay, I don't have it. Never mind. But we could see that based on maximal force, we have really different groups. So the old adults, because they were individuals, like especially in study C, they had 87 years old now, all 8 of them. And then we had a group of 65 years old. They had different, well, they were distributed around a mean that were very different. So we could differentiate actually old from very old from maximal force. But again, maybe if you recruit people of every age, we will see a graph like the first one that I presented, like a linear decrease. What maybe will even better if I could run a study would be to do longitudinal study at this point.
Yeah. Longitudinal study is always the gold standard.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
On 60 years, it's quite difficult.
Yeah.
Especially because the experimenters will die.
Yeah, 3 years after
during the
PhD is
duration
very
of the study.
difficult.
But yeah, and related to that, I was quite surprised, and I still do not really understand why for the third project you use the body weight instead of the maximal force, because as you noticed and you underscore in your discussion, it makes from the beginning a difference between the three age group. Mm-hmm. And because of that, you cannot expect that someone who is working with a higher intensity relative to his or her maximal intensity could perform the same duration and so on.
Yeah.
And okay, I can understand that it could be a bit more ecological, but I would say an isometric contraction of the knee extensors or even dynamic contractions only with the knee extensors is not really ecological. So why this particular choice? I have to say I didn't find a clear explanation in your book.
For the fact that we set the percentage of body weight. Yeah. First, we wanted to move from, as you said, isometric to dynamic to cycling task because we wanted to move to a more ecologically valid testing. And during this process, we thought, okay, the results of study B indicates that activities such as walking will differentiate groups, age groups. And so and what we do in walking, we carry our body weight. So let's set the load as percentage of body weight. But it's true that actually if we set if you set the workload as percentage of maximal force, then we have done the same relative load across the task instead of having different work for different age groups. However, the results were, we were interested in real life situations. So we were more interested in taking also into account this variability that could derive from having different workloads. And first, because we saw that during the isometric task, total work between young and old adults were similar during study A. And we thought, okay, but these results maybe depends by the contraction rhythm, so occlusion. So we moved to a different contraction rhythm. But at the same time, we also insert another confounding variables who was body weight. And so now we don't know if it's the effect of faster contraction rhythm or the effect of different workload. However, there were old adults, like looking at individual data, there were old adults that perform similarly to young adults, even in percentage of body weight.
Okay, thank you. Because it was, for me, one of the limitation is the fact that it is difficult to really link the results obtained from project 2 from those obtained from project 3, because it's not exactly the same way to impose the load. And so for sure, the result cannot be really the same from the beginning, from the experimental setup. And relative to that, I was, well, because you talk about ecological approaches. And based on that, do you think that performance fatigability is more relevant than what you call the relative fatigability, so the number of contraction performed and so on? What could be the most important in the real life, as you say?
Yeah. So
the decrease in maximal force or the ability to repeat as long as possible a task?
So I think that it also depends by the fatiguing task, because in study 3 we didn't have relative performance. So this made us life easier because we have just performance and performance fatigability. Of course, to me, performance fatigability is interesting mainly when at common stages. So when they perform similarly. So for example, let's take a young adults and an old adults and make them climb those stairs. And at the top, let's measure their performance fatigability. So this is the useful maybe information rather than exhaustion. And while performance on the other side is another parameter, in my head at least, and which quantified that the maximal that we can push. So it is essentially is useful to determine if one group is different from another, also in terms of absolute maximal performance. So there are kind of two different things.
Yeah, there are definitely two different things. And I was just thinking, ecologically speaking, what could be the most important? Mm-hmm. And especially because we can see, and you show, but it's a common result in the literature, that finally, when you stop a submaximal task, you do not reach, well, the level you have to reach during the fatiguing task is lower than your maximal force capacity at that time, at the time to failure, right?
Yeah.
So I was more waiting maybe in the general discussion at the end of your book, this kind of things, because it could be very important at one point to say, well, we have this performance fatigability that finally is very useful in a lab because it's allowed to standardize some aspect of your protocol and the difference between subject and so on. But in a daily life, what is important is based on what you can do is how long you can do, because we know that you never reach the point where you are not able to do one more step.
Yeah.
So there is always a kind of reserve. And for you, from your work here, what could be the mechanisms involved in these reserves? Could it be the same between young, old, and very old, or could it be different mechanisms that lead to the same decline in MVC force, for example?
Yeah, so thank you for this question. I think that regarding we are speaking more about the theology of this performance fatigability, right? Okay, so first, we have two main components that we could investigate. So contractile function and voluntary activation from what we studied. And we didn't observe impairments in voluntary activation, but maybe it was dependent on the level of physical activity because all our participants were very active. This has never been proved experimentally, so that active individuals will have greater level of voluntary activation, not a direct evidence, but this is a main hypothesis. And we observe, in the other hand, impairments in contractile function. So, but we are not able to know if it's, okay, it's because, I don't know, it's faster metabolites accumulation in our study. Is it, I don't know, something else that can happen? We just saw that the artificially evoked response was lower. So we can say, okay, if we have to perform future study to know what determines the increase in performance fatigability at old age, we can maybe focusing more on the muscle perspective.
So based on this, it seems I still have some time to ask you some questions. But so you measure the twitch force, or from a doublet or for a single, depending on the project, and so you measure a decline in the maximal force, but you can also have additional information from this mechanical twitch, for example, to try to dissociate what could differ before and after fatigue, but also between young and old. What could be these parameters?
We actually evaluate them. We actually rate of force development, rate of force relaxation, half time to relaxation, and time to peak. But because of the high variability in those data, we didn't observe any difference. I actually have the graph for study 1, but those are, I have to say that we used doublets because the singlets were very bad using thermoneuromagnetic stimulation on the very old adults especially. But with the single twitch, we also had no difference between groups not because maybe we don't have a way to recognize impairment starting from those methods, but because of the high variability. So maybe we can do doublets next time. It's a little bit more painful, but honestly, I think that those patients can really cope with it. Like they didn't complain at all using singlets, where we were very, very, very scary to perform electrical stimulation when we started. So we started a bit out of the blue, and then we step in, and they reacted super well, but it was too late to say, okay, now let's do doublets. So yes, we measured those kind of characteristics from the single twitch, but we didn't.
What I was thinking is the fact that if you measure the time, for example, the time to peak, so the contraction time or the half relaxation time, you can also have an idea of, well, a very indirect index of muscle typology. And because here and even during your discussion and your presentation, I was thinking, is it really the force or something like this that differ, or the age group, or is it more the composition of the muscle with slow versus fast twitch contraction fibers? Because it could be also the fact that because with aging, you have a slower muscle, because mainly composed of slow twitch fibers, and because of that, you have a change in fatigability. And is it maybe not related directly to the age of the subject, but more to what could happen? And with the duration and the kinetics of the twitch, it could be something that, well, at least you can maybe provide a bit more information. But I understand that in your setup, it was quite difficult.
Yeah.
Maybe a last one. Okay. So, last one. Well, I have other question, but for this one, I was thinking about your, if you go back to one of your, yeah, it was the fact that you said that more you're stronger you are and less fatigable you are, something like this. I don't remember exactly. And I did not find the page on you. Well, this one. So if I remember, you said that because you are stronger, you should fatigue faster, right?
No, I was more on the, I didn't spoke about fatigability here. I was just saying that during this study, if we take absolute workload as kind of we did setting percentage of body weight, of course it's in percentage of body weight, but it's not relative performance. The stronger you are, the more kilogram you push for a similar percentage of maximum force, which is kind of obvious, but I wanted to make this.
But how it can really influence fatigability? What I did not understand is why and or how it could really influence the ability of a person to sustain or to repeat a contraction.
I don't know, it was just for absolute performance.
So absolute performance is the total work.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I have some questions, but maybe for later. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Really.
Thank you, Stéphane. So the second reviewer is Professor Raphaël Zori from the University of Nice. And I think Raph wants to ask in French, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But please answer in English for Chris.
Okay, answer in English, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Merci Giorgio, merci, merci à tes directeurs de m'avoir invité et merci à toi d'avoir réalisé tout ce travail. Parce que j'aimerais commencer. I can, if you want, I will do it in English. So what I want to say that, like Stéphane, you did a huge work. It was experimentally very, very hard work, I'm pretty sure. Long time in the laboratory, a lot of subjects, a lot of condition, and it was a huge work. And the overall impression is the serious of your work and the solidity of your work. And for that, thank you for in this defense. All the document is very clear, but I have some comment about the discussion. I think that Stéphane did approximately the same comment in the review. I think that all the document is very clear. I agree with Stéphane. It's amazing to do everything in French, in English. You can speak in English, in French, in Italian. So it's great. It's amazing. It's a very hard competence. But your discussion, I think, could be more structured. And when I say that, it was in the document, because I think that today for your presentation, you did a huge effort to be able to do a link between each of the study, and I very appreciate that. So overall, it was a great work. I just think that you could have a more structured discussion. So about the question, my first question, I should do it in French, because my first question is about the title of your thesis. Because when you start the introduction, you do a part about fatigability, fatigue, not fatigue resistance in this part, because you introduce this point in the discussion, but you did a part about the definition, the paper of Enocan du Château and everything. And after, we have a look of your title on fatigability. in English become fatigue in French? Why? Just why?
We couldn't find an agreement about that. Actually, we just discovered after that it exists, fatigability, after already you had brought the title, etc. So we rushed to correct at least the part inside the manuscript, but the title remained the same. And actually,
because you use fatigability in the
French part.
Yeah.
Fatigability.
Yeah.
So we rushed to
in
correct
French,
it.
in the French part, there is fatigability, and after in the title there is fatigue. So that was huge. It's not a big problem, but I think in the document there is some part where you need to be more precise about, like you did today in the presentation. It was very clear between performance fatigability, fatigue, and resistance fatigue in English.
Resistance.
Yeah, fatigue resistance. Yes, fatigability resistance.
Okay. Yeah.
And in the document, it's not always clear because the definition of fatigue resistance coming just in the discussion, and sometimes you speak about that in the document, and we don't know what is your definition of that. I have a comment about one part about sarcopenia, where you consider sarcopenia as like a decrease in muscle mass. Are you sure that now sarcopenia is defined as a decrease in muscle mass?
Okay, so we took a position, I have to say, that we took a position, because there is the European consensus that ran, I think, a prediction model based on complicated algorithm to say that, okay, sarcopenia is not just loss in pathological loss in muscle mass, it's also loss in function, etc., etc., etc. So we move on from this pathological decrease in muscle mass to something else. Again, there was a counterpoint from Bulo and colleagues, and so it started a huge discussion. And when we were, okay, but what is sarcopenia? Because in our study, we define, is in the annex, we try to classify our participants based on their definition because we had all the data. Yeah. And the data didn't tell anything really useful. So 2 subjects were classified as sarcopenic, but if we take a look at their specific function of the Higgins tensor, sometimes they are even better than the others. So in theory, if you are sarcopenic, if you have this pathological loss in muscle mass and you have the same age as the other, you should perform maybe lower. And then there is this, and then there's this counterpoint where the Bulov and colleagues says, okay, with this current definition of sarcopenia, we don't understand what is sarcopenia anymore, because what is sarcopenia, now it integrates dynapenia. And so we said, okay, maybe we should have done the same job as fatigue resistance and say, okay, for us, sarcopenia is just a pathological loss in muscle mass. That is not, it's not the one that we could predict with age. It's a little bit more. So that was sarcopenia for us. We took this position, and we should have defined it.
It's okay for me as soon as you are able to argument why you choose this kind of definition, this definition. My next question is about, I think my question is very close to the question of Stefan about very old people. What is very old people? This morning I was in the lab and there was people working in the lab, and I asked to Vianney which age, what is the age of these people? She was considered as very old people, but when you look at his working pattern, you can't say it's a very old people. So my question is, do you think that age is very important to classify old people? or there is other parameters, or maybe other clinical diagnostic, or maybe other history, which may be more useful to classify people,
So
old
maybe,
people.
maybe now understand more the question of Professor. So
It's because of my English.
what I will use, but I cannot measure, quantify old age from very old age, is that from very old age at the level of the motor units, there is a remodeling. So there is a loss in the alpha motor neuron, but there is a collateral sprouting from maybe another motor unit that can reinnervate this fiber. And also in old adults, we can see that sometimes there is a hypertrophy of type 1 muscle fibers to compensate what is lost in type 2. So those mechanisms of remodulating of the muscle are kind of active in older age, but they are saturated at very old age. So we can no more, maybe we have a continuous loss in motor units, so we can no more supply, we can no more innervate other muscle fibers because there is a limit. All the muscle fibers are going through a neurodegenerative process. So at the muscle level, there are muscle unit, which I honestly don't know how even to measure it in a very consistent way. There are some work from the lab of Piasecki et al. In the UK that has done consistency measures. They say that it's not the gold standard, it's still something that they have to prove, but they're doing very, very cool works in trying to look at it and say, okay, maybe this muscle is at this state, and maybe from my perspective, okay, this can be defined as very old adults, not the age on your ID card. But other than that, yes, we can have discussion about what is very old age regarding functionality or coordination, or we can use other index, but honestly, I really think that if we have from the physiological point of view describe what is age, very old age, what it comes to my mind in this process, primarily.
You know, I think that I thought that I think in study 3 you did some generalized model for the statistical approach, and right now I think that with this kind of statistical approach, we are able to define people differently with the age, with the fall history, with the frailty syndrome and everything. And with the statistical approach, we are able to determine which is the main problem, or which is the main parameter explaining, for example, the fatigability. And I think that if you are able to do different definition of your patient, you will be able next to define what is the main origin of the difference of fatigability here.
Yeah. So in study, we did kind of this approach. We actually did it in study B, the one of biopsies, because the statistical question when we perform the principal components analysis is doing a biopsy, can, with the data that I obtained through biopsies, predict the sex of the people? And so I remember that there was loud things saying, okay, so to understand if it's a man or a woman, I should do a biopsy. But maybe this kind of approach, like, okay, let's not take gender, let's say, can some of this index predict the fact that he's an old adult? Or yes, I understand now. We should definitely do more studies using these approaches. Yes.
Speaking about gender, there is a lot of data in your work with men versus women, but in the discussion, there is very few discussion about the difference between gender, or between men and women. Can you do a summaries of your main results about gender and fatigability in all people from this work?
I think that we are missing a piece in the puzzle. That means the group of women in study C.
Yes, but you can discuss. You can discuss your results from the first one and the second one.
Yeah. So in study B, which is actually study 1 in the thesis, maybe the main focus was sex-related differences. So we compare the sexes. Regarding study, the other study, study A in the presentation and 2 in the where we actually evaluate age and sex differences, we didn't find any sex-related difference in fatigability, not at common stages and not even at exhaustion. So we had to kind of take out this effect of sex. We just obtained that men perform in absolute term better than women. And what we understood, we did additional analysis, is because men are stronger than women. There are other factors that will influence, because, for example, with advancing age, we have lower blood flow occlusion, but also it showed clearly in the study of Kent Brown et al. That women has lower blood flow occlusion compared to men. So what they did actually, and I was kind of curious to do it also on old adults, is do an occlusion study. So let's see if it's this fact or if it's maximal force. And maybe they did it actually. I think the group of Chung et al. In I don't remember the year. They did an occlusion study, but on the TA, while there are no studies on the quadriceps that could have a very huge influence, like blood flow occlusion performance. So other than that, I don't know if there are really age-related differences in performance fatigability, at least for those tasks.
Okay. My next question is about, you show a figure where, you show a slide where you spoke about isometric versus concentric contraction about fatigability.
Yeah.
It shows that it's not the same, but I'm pretty sure that it's very, yes, this one. And on this slide, on the right, sorry, this figure is about power.
Yeah.
You know what? It's power. So strength and velocity. What do you think about the effect of the velocity during concentric contraction on the fatigability, and particularly in the difference between very old and old patient? Do you think that in your study, you on concentric patient, you show that there is the same result for old and very old, but I don't remember which was the velocity of the concentric.
120 degrees per second.
Okay. Do you think that with a different velocity, it should be very different or not?
Yeah. So this is the study of Christopher Sandberg here, 2018, and they did, I think, maximal velocity concentric contraction. So it's a maximal velocity. What they observe is that, of course, maximal velocity of contraction is lower in all adults compared to the young. And what we know from the literature is that the faster is the contraction, the greater the difference between young and old. We don't know the span of those age-related differences with very old adults, because this is the only study that actually exists. We perform a task that is considered, well, I consider medium velocity, because low velocity maybe are below 80 degrees per second. And actually those studies shows no difference in fatigability between young and old. They have a kind of a nuance in results at faster velocities, while over than 180 degrees per second, old adults show more fatigability than young adults. So those are kind of the faster is the contraction, the greater the difference between each groups. In general, is that, and maybe it's due to the fact that they lose maximal velocity because, of course, of the different composition of the muscle and other factors.
Yeah. About your perspective, one of your aim is to evaluate fatigability during eccentric contraction.
Yeah.
It was, I think it's a second perspective in your document. Why do you think it would be different than concentric or isometric contraction? What is the physiological hypothesis behind this aim?
Because my main hypothesis is that there is more non-contractile tissue so there is no difference in non-contractile tissue in theory between the stiffness, maybe between young and old. Some studies show that, some study didn't show that, so it's still under discussion. But maybe because it's no more a response, like it's no more the contractile tissue that play a key role, is other kind of tissues that have a key role in eccentric contraction. Maybe they can lead to different results during eccentric force or during eccentric force. I'm interested mainly because is for similar oxygen cost, they develop more force, so this can be useful for training.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going far, but so I was interested to see the difference and then maybe propose a training. So this was the second perspective that I didn't mention.
One more question. I think that during this work, you have speak about active and inactive people.
Yeah.
Okay. But never in your work, or maybe in the first one in the document, the second one in the presentation today, you never try to discriminate what is from aging and what is from level of activity. How you could do, or which kind of experimentation you can do to be able to discriminate the effect of aging and the effect of inactivity coming from aging.
Yeah. So yes, there is a study of Amiro that actually showed that activity decreased with age. So maybe what we can do, this is a tricky question because there are many opportunities. And there are longitudinal study where we maybe cross the groups. So we have a group of inactive and then we make them active and we see the response, and vice versa. We have a group of active and then they become sedentary with 2 groups of control at this time. Maybe this is the gold standard, but it requires a lot of time, so maybe it's unfeasible. And to go closer to that, the simplest is to do a cross-sectional with inactive individuals and active individuals. But again, this will limit on understanding of what happens across time. So I think we should do a mix of both.
It's not easy to do, but I'm pretty sure that we need to do it because we need to be sure that our result is just because of the age and not because of the inactivity. I'm pretty sure. My last question is, tonight it's pretty sure that somebody will ask you, so does old people are more fatigable than young people? So what will be your answer?
Old people are more fatigable than young.
Or not?
Yes.
What will be?
To me, yes, because we did the study 3 based on body weight because we wanted to show that, and during similar stages we show that very old adults were or show a greater level of performance fatigability compared to the young, I guess. So,
but you have some results.
Yeah, showing the opposite at exhaustion. So it actually depends by performance or
By
again,
muscle contraction, velocity, people. So
yeah, I think it depends really by the protocol. This is the final answer. It's not a happy answer,
yeah, it's a good answer.
but I guess it really depends by the protocol and the points we perform the measurement.
So it was a very pleasure to read your document, and it was a very pleasure to discuss with you today. And you did a huge experimental work, and it's a very good work. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raphael. So the next person asking a question is Dr. Marine Guignot from University Clermont-Auvergne.
Thank you. So first, I would like to thank Leo for inviting me to participate in this thesis. It's a great pleasure for me. So Giorgio, thank you for your presentation again. It was very interesting and very clear. Also, thank you for your manuscript because it is very well written and easy to read. I learned a lot. Thank you. But now I have some questions for you. Even several of them have already been asked. So first, in the introduction section, I have just a question about serotonergic system. Why does activity of the serotonergic system increases during fatiguing endurance exercise? And what kind of molecular mechanism take place, you know?
Because the increase during exercise, there is a study from an author that measure that at a peripheral level, not a central level. Well, during a central level, I know exactly why it increased, because there is a competition with tryptophan and other amines for the carriers in the blood flow of the brain. And actually the free tryptophan increases during exercise, so it wins this competition. And tryptophan is a precursor of serotonin, so it increases the quantity of serotonin in the central nervous system. This could lead to a great sensation of tiredness. Regarding the periphery, I think that not sure while the activities of while the increase in I don't think that the increase at central level of serotonin is related to the increase in periphery. I think this related to other mechanisms.
My second question is on definition of sarcopenia. The same. I'm not. It's not really clear in
the manuscript.
Yes, it's not really clear. Okay, I understand, but now the definition given by ESPEN is a loss of mass and function, and if you take your definition. Okay, but if you take the definition of ESPEN, do you think that your elderly are really sarcopenic?
No, we measure now the very old adults. Two of them. Moreover, we were not convinced by that because we expected more, and we were using the one of 2020 or 2019, not the one of 2016. But using the one of 2020, which is, I think, the most recent at this point, we weren't convinced by it because clearly it was not what we observed by our data on another muscle. So I think first you measure, I think, hand grip, then the velocity of walking, and then appendicular limb mass, if you get the chance to do a DEXA. And we define two of them. And however, the muscle mass that we obtain with DEXA was greater compared to other people that were not defined as sarcopenic, and the maximal force was also greater at the level of the quadriceps. So we took the position, okay, let's stick with the original definition that Baumgartner introduced in 1987, I think, which is, okay, it's a reduction, it's a pathological reduction in muscle mass.
Yes. Yes, I have the same problem with the bioedge cohort, and I think with this cohort, we have to well, we don't use the sarcopenic as a definition for muscle mass, just muscle aging or loss of muscle mass, but not sarcopenia. I think, in my opinion. And you say in your manuscript, fast twitch motor units are large units composed by type 2X fibers and probably also by type 2A fibers. And it depends on the method of categorization. Just for me, could you explain to me what are the methods to categorize the motor unit?
Those are, I guess, is the frequency rate, maximal frequency of discharge that I cite is the paper of Enoka, and yes. So I think they do. It's just they perform intramuscular EMG, and categorization in this case was just, okay, we get some signal and we try to understand if those signals come from a fast twitch motor units or a slow twitch motor units.
It's
So
not with
No,
immunohistological.
I think if it's the part that I think it is just no electro. It's not nothing that has to do with biopsies.
Okay. I think in your manuscript, it's not clear when you speak about fiber type alteration with aging. For me, I don't understand really if you speak about proportion or area, because, for example, you say that aging. Okay, it's in your manuscript. Muscle atrophy with age seems uniform between type 1 and 2 muscles in humans. And do you mean the proportion or the area of fibers? What is affected by aging?
What is main affected by age is for sure the.
What type of fiber are affected by aging?
Mainly the type, the fast twitch type, so 2X.
Yes, and this alteration is more pronounced on proportion. There is a decrease of the numbers of type 2 or the area of type 2.
First, there is atrophy of the fibers.
Yes,
And
because
then
it's not really clear in.
I think so. In the paper, we use another index, so yes, made it even more complicated to understand the question.
Yes. So I have the question of the definition of old and very old, but okay. Okay, in your manuscript description of metabolic changes may be missing because there are no to impair muscle function. No? So in addition, you say that contractibility of the muscle tissue could be reduced by a progressive change in muscle architecture and fat infiltration within the contractile tissue. So could you explain why? Why the muscle architecture and fat infiltration could reduce contractibility of the muscle?
Reduce maximal force.
Yes.
Or yes, because first, if there is fat, there is not contractile tissue. It's the easiest one.
Okay.
Second one, it makes the muscle stiffer, and in parallel, this will impede effective contraction because there are not a whole section of the muscle is not uniformly shortening, just a part, the contracted part, while the stiff part, that is fat infiltration, is not shortening. So this will, of course, first because it's fat and not contracted tissue, and second because the dynamic of contraction is a bit changed. This could be, of course, influence maximum force. This is also why I said muscle architecture, but it's secondary to that.
Yes, yes, but it's explained by mechanical action now. This, but I think fat tissue could also impact muscle fiber metabolic. Could impact metabolic fibers, could impact mitochondrial activity, etc. You know this?
Yeah. So in our study, we had some data on fat infiltration, but I guess that it was not possible to use the same technique for men and women, because women had greater, I think they had that much fat infiltration that we couldn't use this. I think it's called red oil.
Yes.
And yeah, the level of, for sure, it could impact my explanation was more mechanical. I don't exclude that there are some metabolical explanation that I ignore.
Yes. Yes. You have to distinguer fat infiltration and lipid droplet accumulation, because it's two different mechanisms, and the lipid droplet could have a very heavy alteration of metabolism of the fibers, and there is a correlation with gutlet lipid accumulation and muscle function. So it is important. Thank you for the section about sex-related difference in muscle function with age. It is very interesting, and this clearly shows that aging affects men and women differently. And therefore, the management of sarcopenia must be gender specific, and we don't have the same. So now I will go to question about results. In the study 1 of the manuscript, you say that maximal knee extensor isometric strength was negatively associated with fat mass. And yeah. And did you calculate if physical activity correlates with accumulation of lipid droplet? Because I think you have made this experiment.
We had the lipid no, we didn't have the lipid droplet for women, because
yes, okay.
There was two different
for men.
For men, I don't know if we choose to include it in the correlation analysis, because we didn't have the same for men and women, so we couldn't make a comparison. I don't think that we made an association between fat infiltration and maximal force. Maybe I did, but if I didn't report, or if I didn't insist on results, maybe it was not significant.
Okay. And also, have you some results about thickness of extracellular matrix, and if there are some differences between men and women? I don't know if you have this.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. So, if I have understand, you have the body composition of men and women. Okay.
BMI or the
BMI, yeah.
appendicular lean mass?
Well, lean mass and fat mass.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you say that maximal force production capacity decreases with age, and this could be explained by a greater fat mass accumulation with advancing age. Could you explain in more detail? Have you a correlation with physical activity and fat mass?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. So, to conclude, okay. So for you, performance decreased with aging is due to aging or inactivity? For you?
Performance decrease with aging?
Mhm.
Well, isn't the term for me? Is performance decrease with aging?
For you, is aging or inactivity?
And of course, it's aging, and then because also aging, there are results that aging influence physical activity. So also the question that I answered before
Yes.
was like, yes, I don't even know if there is a gold standard design to, or if it's even useful, because maybe we are going to force some protocol that have no clinical implication. So because with age, we reduce our level of physical activity, but not just sport. Omiro et al. In 2018 showed that also steps per day decrease with age. Is a behavior, I think, or is due to increased fatigability. We don't know. I think that it's important to take active and inactive, but we actually don't know which are the, let's say, which is the proportion of being inactive versus in the age-related differences versus what is the proportion of being just old.
Yeah.
But I think I think that age has a huge impact.
Yes, I'm agree.
Yeah.
Probably it will be interesting to repeat this experience in elderly with the same age, but not the same muscle mass or function, and made a comparison on biological aging and not on chronological aging as you made, because I think biological aging will give a lot of information for patients with the same age, but not the same muscle function of muscle mass. It will be very interesting.
There is an interesting study performed by Hunter et al. In 2004 about this. They took old men and young men with similar force, absolute force, and they saw that even in this case, I think, if I remember well, old adults were more fatigue resistant than young. So I think you refer to this kind of study, right? Normalizing some parameters between young and old, right?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Christopher Sandberg, University Market in the US.
Thank you, Giorgio, and thank you everyone for having me out, and thank you, Raphael, for speaking in English so I could understand what you're saying. It was a pleasure reading your document and seeing all your work. I'd like to reflect what everyone else has said. It's obvious that you spent a lot of time in the lab doing a lot of work, and doing work across the lifespan is incredibly challenging. I can't imagine how challenging that would be in the midst of a pandemic. So it's even that much more challenging. So it reflects in your work that it's quite impressive how much you were able to get done in 3 years. So thank you for having me out. I enjoyed reading the document on the plane over and seeing your presentation today. So there's a lot of questions obviously that have reflected that have already been answered. So I'm going to start diving down into some areas that haven't been asked yet. So maybe I'll start out with some that are a little bit easier, and then I'll throw some hard, maybe what I think would be a little bit more challenging for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the first part, and I'll go study by study and then refer to the document in some instances. So in the first study, you talk about the isometric, this progressive increase in isometric force production as a more diffused fatiguing task. Could you clarify what that means, that it's a more diffused fatiguing task?
Regarding the isometric, maybe
Yeah, the
not
isometric and
incremental.
the incremental, yep.
Yeah, just no, I was just referring to the isometric. Isometric is the most commonly used task when evaluating different groups.
Okay.
Because yes, I think it's a matter of being cheap. So you don't have to buy isokinetic dynamometer, but it was just that. It was not that relative to the increment. If I say so, sorry.
Okay, no worries. So then you go on to say later on that dynamic type contractions are more indicative of what you might see in your daily life, right? They're more relevant. So why did you choose the isometric? Could you provide more rationale why you decided to use isometric tasks in your initial studies in the first place, when you go on to say that dynamic tasks are more functionally relevant?
Yeah. So first it was because going on the thesis timeline, some of the data had already been previously took before I arrived here, and those data were were starting already the first protocol, so the isometric if test. And second, because we wanted to use this test that it seems a very standardized way it has been validated. So we wanted to use a validated test to evaluate age-related differences at common stages. It has different, positive points, let's say, so advantages. First one is that you can measure the response to fatigue at different loads. So you start with low, and then you have an indication of high, because it's incremental. Second, in the validation paper, it technically proved that it's not that psychological demanding, so motivation should not play a key role during the KIF test. And then there was another one. Yes, we could perform the evaluation during the task. So first stage evaluation, second stage evaluation, and compare a different similar when the subject performed a similar level. Then we modified it across the test, and the manuscript came after the 3 studies. So yeah, I had to justify why we did an isometric test, knowing that concentric were more representative of the activities of daily living. Also, we found a gap in the literature. Actually, just one study evaluated very old in isometric condition. Moreover, it was on the upper limbs. So we had this gap in the study that we don't know what happened in isometric condition in the lower limbs in very old adults. So we wanted also to fill the gap. So this is all the reasons that I can think of that pushed us to do actually the test in isometric.
Okay, thank you. So your results on that isometric task, I think, reflect what Jamie Justice's group also found, where the old tend to be fatigue resistant, and then the very old are similar to the young. Right? Correct? So I was wondering if you could speculate or propose a mechanism to what might be happening that's unique in the very old compared to the old.
They lose this fatigue resistance.
Correct.
Yeah. So I think that there is muscle fiber loss, also type 1 muscle fiber. So the muscle fiber loss increase with age, and also atrophy. So they have a very reduced number of motor units. Well, motor units maybe it doesn't change. This is under debate, right? But the size of the muscle is reduced at very old age, and the fact that physical activity is usually not maintained at very old age, as is in old age, maybe contributes to the fact that they have even greater atrophy. And I think that at a certain point, if you don't have a contractile tissue, it's very hard to perform similar to what you had before. So again, in the end, I think it's because there is an acceleration in this muscle mass loss at very old age, And this can play a key role in the differences between old and very old in terms of muscle performance. If you're speaking about, at least if you're speaking about maximal force production capacity.
Okay, so this would be one of my more challenging follow-up questions. So if that's your proposed mechanism, then what would your study design be to try to test that?
Sorry?
So you just proposed a mechanism for why you think that old and very old get separated. So the more challenging follow-up question would be, you just proposed a mechanism. What would your study design look like to try to answer that question?
Try to see if it's the muscle mass.
And motor unit loss. Everything you just proposed.
Yeah, motor
How do you
unit loss.
study it now?
Yeah, first we should be able to really identify this motor units loss. So there are techniques, I guess, with intramuscular imaging or high density imaging. Well, once we can do that, we can simply run a fatiguing task and cover it for those variables and see if there is like an association, like if it depends on those factors actually. So it's just about taking in consideration those parameters in the statistical analysis, I guess.
Yeah, sounds good. Great. I had a question that's somewhat reflective of one that was earlier about the proportional area of muscle fiber types. You called it, I think you referred to it as a percent proportional area.
Yeah.
But then your percentages are over the value of 100. Just curious, I didn't follow that calculation exactly. Could you clarify what you're calculating in that instance?
I guess I couldn't remember, but I guess it's just the multiplying the percentage per the cross-sectional area. So the units I think is nanometers. No, what? It's not percentage, right? The units.
You refer to it as percent proportional area, but then the values are over 100.
The one that I presented.
Yep.
Here, those ones.
Yeah. Percent area of micrometer squared.
So this is an index that you see in previous research. So is the size of the, for example, the type 1 muscle fibers, or if we take a sample of 100 fibers and not just the whole muscle biopsy sample. So if we just take 100 muscle fibers, this is the area that type 1 occupies over those 100.
Okay.
Fibers.
Thanks. So in this study 2, you find some associations that seem to be unique in the men versus the women. I was wondering if you could expand upon those and maybe hypothesize why you see associations in one gender versus another gender.
Yeah, so first, we don't exclude an association between total work and physical activity. Also for men, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. We should run the study on a more large sample size for sure. This is the trick of every association study, I guess. Why is more evident for women? Maybe because of their reduced muscle force, walking is more challenging for them. Like walking represents really a training for very old women. So if we train, we improve. So maybe this association was dictated by some kind of training effect that walking, just the daily physical activity, had on very old women. While very old men, because they were just stronger, maybe walking was not a sufficient stimuli for triggering training adaptation, and we didn't observe a net association. This is more tricky. The time up and go, or get up and go test, and physical activity, why was associated? Again, this could be because those two are very functional parameters, so one influences the other, vice versa. We don't have a really, of course, those are very, very macro parameters. It's just, asking a guy to stand up from a chair, do some meters and come back. So we don't have any particular physiological rationale explaining this association, this specific one at least.
Okay, and your proposed follow-up would be then to expand with a larger age range or something? Or?
First, I will run a study on a larger sample size just to, or to different level of physical activity, because actually, yes, we have a very, not a very large distribution. So we have a pretty uniform group. Would be good to have like for, I don't know, 1,000 to 15,000. And so you need a larger sample size in active and inactive individuals. And if we see the same association and just for women, then like it's confirmed maybe. And we can run some activity and why it's related to the performance to an isometric test. I think we need more studies evaluating that before like jumping to a particular explanation or maybe getting some conclusion.
Yeah, before I ask my next question, one of the things that I noted was that your over 80 cohort had an impressive amount of steps per day. So some of the questions about how much is inactivity or activity playing a role, I think your data is quite powerful because of how active they are. You don't see 10,000 steps per day in the US and 80 plus. So it's quite impressive. So it'd be interesting to compare some of the data that you get in these really, really active people to maybe in the US where they're quite sedentary. So it's an impressive thing. So I will, so another question I had, you found this association between higher muscle oxidative quality. So it's a metric that you came up with maximal force production. So typically when we think of the oxidative capacity of the muscle, we link it more to endurance and fatigability than we ever do maximal force production. So I was wondering if you think that the muscle oxidative quality is mechanistically linked to force production, or and if so, what would that mechanistic link be? Or is it just some sort of proxy happen chance association that you've found?
Yeah, so I cannot exclude that this was an association by chance, like all the association running a study, like association of causation, and these are all. I can explain it in the easiest way, like, okay, we have more oxidative fibers. The muscle of very old adults is primarily composed by oxidative fibers. So if we have more oxidative fibers, that means more force, because it's this that led to maximal force. It is that contributes primarily to maximal force production, rather than maybe in young, it's also, I don't know, less oxidative muscle fibers type. So for example, if I have a healthy, or if I have a greater, let's say that if I have healthier oxidative muscle fiber types, they can push more force. So it's just because of maybe muscle composition of very old adults.
Okay, so this might be more of a basic physiology follow-up question. Which fiber types generate more force per unit area?
Per area, I think is the type 2X.
Yeah, so the faster ones do, right? Yeah. So, but we're talking on the other extreme, more oxidative.
Yeah, the one that we love.
Yeah, so the mechanistic link is tricky, right? It's not straightforward.
No, it's not that. Like, this is a simple explanation. Okay, it's just we remain with those muscle fiber types. So those compose the most part of my muscle. So if they are healthier, because what those two components indicate is that they are undergoing a neurodegenerative process. But women that have healthier type 1 muscle fibers have greater maximal force. So maybe the mechanism that we could propose from this association here is that, type 1 fibers in very old women contributes to force development more than other fiber types. maybe is a little bit simplistic.
We out here? 5 more minutes? Okay. We're doing well. All right. I had a question. So you correctly noted, so I'll go to studies T. You correctly noted that it tends to be from the literature that as you increase the velocity of contraction in older adults, that you see this more pronounced increase in fatigability that occurs as we get older, typically. So the higher the velocity of the contraction, typically the more fatigable they become when you measure power production. Just curious, why did you use, what was your rationale then for using 120 degrees per second? Yeah, when, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, because there is a study, I don't remember the name of the authors, that showed that, and they had very old adults, and they showed that some of them were unable to produce velocities over 130, 140 degrees per second. So we just took, okay, we have to be careful, because if you choose a speed that is too elevated, maybe some of them cannot reach this speed. And so we went with 60 degrees of range of motion and 120 degrees of 120 degrees per second of speed. And it was just because of this, those groups evidence this limitation, like be careful because some very old adults might not be able to repeat contraction at velocities that are over, I remember maybe it was 150 degrees per second. So just for that.
Okay, great, thanks. So I'll go into the written document. There were a couple of instances that you talk about. So a lot of your data has shown that the fatigue that you, or the fatigability, originates primarily within the muscle. And you talk about a little bit in your written document what those factors might be that could be contributing. And Stefan already talked about, you know, different ways that you can measure aspects of the twitch to start looking at what, or get at least an insight into what might be happening. One of the things that you said in there a couple of different times is that ADP depletion might be causing fatigue. I was wondering if you could expand upon that and tell me, one, where the literature is that supports ATP depletion being an issue and leading to fatigue, and then two, how that would cause fatigue itself.
Why ATP depletion against some other factors such as accumulation of, I think is a chain of events. So ATP depletion will cause in the muscle of very rapid ATP depletion, I'm always speaking. So we have metabolite accumulation, so hydrogen ions and free phosphate accumulation, and those two have been related in the literature with alteration in a different level of the contractile function. So if I remember well, free phosphate can link to calcium and made it enable to the circa to pump it back to the sarcoplasmatic reticulum and be used again in the contraction. So we have less calcium. Regarding the hydrogen ions, we have they influence the acidity of the muscles, so pH, and this was related with slowing, I think, in contractile function. I remember well. So I think it's mainly because of this cascade of reaction, rather than, okay, it's ATP that goes away.
Okay, so yes, so to clarify, it's not the depletion of ATP that's causing it.
It's the chain of event that flows.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's good. And that would be something you'd want to make sure, we talked about being specific in your language and some things. That's an area that you would, the two are very different. So if you have depletion of ATP in the muscle, could you maybe indicate what would happen to the muscle that you could actually observe if you depleted ATP out of the muscle?
It's something that I can observe with my...
Yeah, so what would happen to the muscle if you didn't have ATP in it?
If I don't have ATP in it?
Yeah.
Oh, it will stay rigor mortis, right?
Yeah, it'd be in rigor. Okay, so that doesn't happen, right?
No.
All right, so that's why we want to be specific.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, maybe if you've exercised someone hard enough to put them into rigor. I don't know what you're doing in France. Okay, you got close. All right. And then you talked about, so something that's been somewhat interesting, and Raphael hinted at this a little bit, that when you look at fatigability as a reduction in power production that incorporates the velocity component, there seems to be this discordant finding where if you look at just force production, it doesn't necessarily track all that well with what happens with power reduction. And so you alluded that you have some concentric and isometric data from some of your fatigability studies.
Yeah.
Have you looked at the concentric data at all to give us some insight as to
Yeah.
what?
So first I have to, maybe it's easier if I have to go to the slide. Meanwhile, I want just to explain you the problem. So we could perform concentric contraction during, before and after the isometric task and during the concentric task, not, of course, not during the cycling task. So this is why at least during the presentation, I choose isometric force loss. I guess this is it. So this is maximal voluntary concentric contraction force at exhaustion, because due to methodological limitation linked to the isokinetic dynamometers, we couldn't switch so fast from isometric to concentric. So we couldn't perform this evaluation during the isometric task, while for the concentric was easier, but so we couldn't do it. Okay, sorry. This is very old and young adults. And what we can see at exhaustion is that there are no age-related differences. Of course, during the task would be very, very interesting. I think that during a concentric task, there are some difference, but I don't remember. But because of those methodological elimination, we measure it at exhaustion, but not during, which may be from some, that maybe could be even more interesting. So yeah, but the other study shows clearly that fatigue depends by the contraction mode used to assess fatigue. There is also a meta-analysis on that. Yeah.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me out. It's a pleasure to be in France instead of Milwaukee.
Thank you very much, Chris. Okay, my turn, I guess. Thank you, Giorgio, for the very nice presentation. You're definitely the king of iconography. We've all seen that today. You're not for that, but it was, seriously speaking, it was a very nice presentation. We enjoyed it. I also wanted to thank Thomas, Leo, and Vianney for inviting me. I would say that I would have been almost disappointed to not be in this jury because, as you said in the acknowledgements, I was the one who sent you the advertisement. So
exactly.
Partly, but thanks to me that you're here because of me. I don't know what we should say. I think thanks to me because I think everyone was very happy with you, not only your work, but having you around during these last 3 years. So yeah, I'm not going to comment again on all the good things that have been said regarding the amount of work, etc., etc. So I'm going straight to questions because I'm not in the supervisory team, so I'm allowed to ask questions, and I saved 15 minutes for that. I don't think I have time to ask all my questions, but we can chat after the defense. I guess you're not leaving tonight, right?
No.
To not. Okay, so my first question is this one. Does this remind you something?
Yes.
Okay, so I want you to explain. I want you to explain to the audience. This is my first question.
Okay, so we were in Canada. I was living with Guy.
No, we are sharing a house.
Yeah, we were sharing a house with Guy. So he was my roommate. And he came usually late from work. So I guess that I had time to enjoy some prohibited videos like curling at the Olympics. And when he entered, I didn't want to show him that I was enjoying watching curling. So I turned off the TV and he said, "Oh no, switch it on. I want to see." And I was watching curling and I said, okay.
That was very funny because he did it like he was watching porn. Like he was shameful, like, oh, no, No, I wasn't watching curling. No, but this is not porn, so you can watch curling. Okay, let's try to be serious if I can for 10 minutes. I have a couple of very specific and short questions regarding the intro or the background. First one is, I'm not sure I understood page 37 when you wrote eccentric choke might be better preserved in older women than men, possibly due to the greater capacity of women to store and utilize elastic energy. So I don't see the relationship between the storage and release of elastic energy and eccentric force. Can you explain?
I think because it was repetitive, the study which I referred to was...
It's Ains, no, sorry. Lindell and Class. So what's the link between?
Maybe because it was repeated eccentric contraction, and I don't remember now.
No?
I don't have in my mind a rationale where you start an eccentric contraction from a standing position, and you should be able to store elastic energy. So I think it was more a dynamic kind of task.
I'm not sure, but
again, maybe needs more clarity in the study that I referred to.
Yeah, that was just one sentence. So I didn't see the points. But
no, so there
okay,
are.
maybe I should read the papers. But I was hoping that you could provide a simple explanation.
Actually, I don't think there is any like storage and restitution of elastic energy. In my head, at least, is when there is an elongation and.
Yeah, but this is not a reason why you should preserve eccentric force.
No,
okay. So, second very short question. You talk about a more stable neuromuscular transmission in people, I think, who are trained, aging people who are trained, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know what a more stable neuromuscular transmission is. Can you explain and how it is measured?
I think is the deterioration of the neuromuscular junction. And
so how can you measure that in humans?
I think through biopsies maybe, or I don't. Maybe I didn't check that it was a study on rats.
I'm not challenging you; it's real questions. I don't have the answer, so don't look at me.
I also have no neural junction transmission was maybe the stability of the neuromuscular junction. So this is like the final mechanism, and how it's measured. I don't know if there are some index through intramuscular EMG, because there are a lot that I still doesn't understand, such as jitters, etc. So maybe one has been related to stability of the neuromuscular junction, but finally I cannot explain how we can measure that.
Okay, that's okay. No worries. So we all know the task dependency of fatigue, right? And in the context of aging, this is very important. And of course, your PhD part of your PhD is about this, that the way you are measuring fatigue or fatigability can completely change the conclusion. And actually I had the same question as Raphael that I wanted to ask in the end is, okay, so if someone in the street asks you if aging people or elderly are more or less fatigable, what are you going to answer? Because depending on how you measure it, you can have different answers, right? But then, so we can almost challenge everything you've said. For instance, when you said that there is no real difference in terms of central fatigue between old, very old, and young, do you think that in your work you're already able to say that because the protocol, the fatiguing protocol that you have chosen doesn't really induce fatigue? So there is a kind of a ceiling effect, right? And same thing when you said there is no relationship, at least in males, between biological parameters or like enzymatic activity and fatigability. So this is in the first study measured in isometric contraction. Do you think if you had done that in concentric, you would have the same results? Conclusion? Yeah. So can you speculate on that?
This is highly possible. So every results refer to a specific protocol. When I say that they didn't have difference in voluntary activation, it's not just a problem of maybe the measure, it's also a problem of the protocol, because this protocol also in healthy subjects, when comparing men and women, didn't really alter voluntary activation, while other activities did. Yeah. So I think that at the end of the day, for answering those kind of like in real life situation questions, you should do a real life situation test. Exactly. And this is very challenging, I think.
No, but I mean, this is the beauty of your PhD to at least, and of course, you haven't addressed everything, but at least you've tried to answer that kind of questions. There's of course a lot to do, a lot more to do, but it's definitely a step forward. So at some point you were talking about the reduction of cycling efficiency with aging.
Yes.
And at the same time, we have a better preservation of cost of contraction in isometric mode.
In isometric, yes.
Which seems, of course, I understand this is not the same mode of contraction, but this is
cycling is cycling.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
And isometric is isometric. But
good question. This one was correct.
No, but
good answer, I mean.
During isometric task, there are some explanation why they should be more economical. So I think that the model was provided by Kent Brown et al. And is because they have the muscle of older adults is primarily composed by type 1 muscle fibers, which requires lower motor drive to reach the tetanus. So they need less total motor drive, and this should result in a higher economy of contraction for...
So less motor units recruited, you mean?
No. That's motor drive, and also the slowing in contractile properties make is like when we do an isometric contraction, we see a line, but going to the motor units.
So less cross-bridge cycles, which
yes,
okay,
yes, exactly.
Okay, but then in dynamic, this is different.
This is different, yes.
And I guess the higher the velocity, the worse is the efficiency of all adults, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in your protocol, because at some point you were talking about this as an explanation why I think the performance fatigability could be different in cycling, but in your protocol, the cadence was very slow. So it's kind of a mix between cycling and isometric. So I was wondering if you could comment on that, because that was a very particular cycling exercise. Nobody cycled at 37 RPM.
Yeah, no one. Yes, exactly. No one really cycles at this low cadence. I wouldn't say that was almost isometric. I would say that.
No, but I mean slow enough that at least the elderly are not penalized, because this is super slow.
Yeah, in theory they should not be penalized. Then
so can you if I can rephrase, can you take results from the literature in normal cycling that is usually 70, 80 RPM and apply that to 37? That's very different. It's more than half the normal cadence.
So why I use it as an explanation is because I think that those groups compared different cadence. So 80, I think 80 and 60, and they saw that there was this relationship. So I said, okay, so if this difference is maintained even at 60, maybe at 40 is maintained or not. So I cannot use it as direct explanation of why is it different, right? At the same time, we might not exclude that. We just need to evaluate cycling efficiency at this cadence for providing, for confirming or not the appropriateness of this hypothesis. Yes, if that answers your question.
No, it was just, it wasn't very like a very accurate question. It was just to discuss that this, it's not a contradiction, but in isometric, it goes one way, and in dynamic, the other way, and you're basically in the middle.
Yeah.
It's of course it's a bit schematic.
Yeah. This is also why we had these results about performance in concentric, I think.
Yeah. So I'm not going to ask again the question about the effect on MVC, isometric MVC versus power, but I think in your answer at some point you are almost mixing the fatiguing protocol and the way you're evaluating fatigue. But we can chat about that later, and I'm of course referring to the meta-analysis of Renata.
Renata, yeah.
So page 139, you're talking about the perspectives and mentioning that it would be good to assess fatigability in sedentary people, or to look at the effect of a sedentary lifestyle. And then I noticed that in the oral presentation, you are not talking about sedentary anymore, you are talking about inactive.
Yeah.
So why did you change that? And I'm sure you know the difference between being sedentary and being inactive. Yeah. But why did you decide to change? So which one will be more accurate? Should you consider both? Or
Because
are you really talking about inactive and then sedentary was wrong in your manuscript?
I think the sedentary was wrong in my manuscript because rather than other explanation between inactive, and being sedentary, I think that active versus inactive is part of the same measure, that we are quantifying physical activity in some way that could be steps per day or through questionnaires. Sedentary behavior is behavior, so we have to perform other measures, taking them together is more complicated. So this is why I said, okay, maybe I did it wrong in the manuscript, but let's try to ameliorate it for the presentation. So the right term and the right perspective will be to compare active versus inactive, because this is what we can do using those protocols.
Okay. Last question, and then I guess you can relax, because I don't think Thomas, Vianney, and Leo have questions. Or maybe they have, yeah. So don't relax.
Yeah.
They will be painful until the end. So the last question refers to one of Stefan's questions. So in your manuscript, you're talking about the relationship between neuromuscular function in general, or performance fatigability, and disability, or like a fall prevention and that kind of thing. But you never talk, or maybe I missed it, you never talk about the relationship between performance fatigability and fatigue, and chronic fatigue.
Okay.
As we have been doing in some diseases, for instance, like cancer.
Okay.
So again, I was wondering if you could comment on that. For instance, do you know what was found in the survey that we have done with Thomas on the French population? How is fatigue, like the subjective fatigue, with aging? Do you know the results of this survey, or have we talked about that? I'm not even sure. Maybe not.
We thought about the results of a survey about
so anyway, could you comment on that? Do you expect that because performance fatigability is deteriorated with aging, that necessarily the feeling of fatigue should follow the same trend?
Okay.
Or not?
Yeah. So I wanted to put in that perspective, because actually we measure fatigue, we measure the capacity to just perform maximum isometric contraction. That doesn't require much. Maybe, yeah, it requires cooperation and motivation, but it's just 1 second. While chronic fatigue is maybe a more important outcome, because in the morning I can do some activities, and in the evening I cannot. So first we need to make an association. I cannot, from the result at least, make an association on between fatigability that we obtain at this test. And it has to be one specific test, as we saw that it depends. Fatigability depends depends on the contraction mode and the workload that we set, etc. Also from the evaluation that we use. So
yeah, but in daily life, it's mostly dynamic activity, as you said. So we can expect that, the old people, they are suffering from that, because they are less resistant to fatigability in dynamic mode, for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about the body weight thing, because I would have expected that you answer that to Stefan's question. This is for the reason why you decided to change the way you measure fatigue, or the fatiguing protocol. the last
PPT is
study,
more
right?
ecologically
Yeah,
valid,
exactly.
sure, but
And to make the connection with disability and chronic fatigue, I assume.
this is why we have to do the translation. But what I wanted to point out is that from those results, we are not yet there. We cannot, I think I cannot infer about chronic fatigue from those results. I can say, probably they go to the same direction but it's a thing that I think, because maybe it's obvious or maybe it's not.
That was actually my point, because in the survey that I was talking about, we found that actually fatigue is going down until 75. And then only at 75, then it's going up again. I mean, up in terms of, so fatigue is less as you age until 75, which was quite surprising to us at least. And then at 75, people start to be more fatigued again. Yeah. And of course, this is a completely different time course for performance fatigability. So it works from cancer or multiple sclerosis to a given extent, but it doesn't work at all with aging. We can chat about that. I thought it was interesting to mention that because of your results because you didn't talk about that during your PhD, which is totally fine. But
I think also because it's a very complicated matter. For example,
it is. Yeah.
I read a recent study that correlated the sensation of fatigue, and I don't think it was even fatigue, but well-being at least, with physical activity, and the fact that very old adults start to lose their partner, or maybe their friends dies, and all this kind of aspects impact their physical activity behavior. And because I thought, okay, it is even more complicated than what I expected, so I'm not going to speak about chronic fatigue.
Okay, I'll stop here. Thank you very much. I wish you the best for your postdoc and the rest of your professional and private life. Thank you, Giorgio. I think we said Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you, Giorgio. So before giving some words on you, I first would like to thank Vianney for giving me the opportunity to co-supervise your work. It was a real pleasure. So in your manuscript, and you also said to me that you, at the beginning, you were afraid of me. Yeah. So I'm going to I don't want to, I really never understood why, and I don't want to understand actually, but I'm going to give you some reasons to be afraid.
I'm scared now.
So I'm giving you now some questions. Do we have time? No. Okay. So let's go to the good words. What I will remember from you will be a very brilliant student. So that was very nice to work with you. You brought some Italian style to the lab, so that was really nice. Even your bottle of water has the peace tower style. So so Italian up to the end. So yeah, I remember your style, the fact also that you are so brilliant, but also I don't know the English word, but têtu. I don't know how to say that. So once you have an idea in mind, it's very, very hard to let you change this idea. Even when this idea is to say it depends by. We tried with Ivane to say that you have to say it depends on. And I'm not going to count the number of times you say it depends by today. But this is not the worst part of your of you, obviously. And also the last thing I will remember is the fact that you like to talk, and sometimes too much. And most of the time when we had a 1 hour meeting with you, Vianney, Leo, and me, and we had 5 points to discuss, most of the time after 1 hour and a half, we were still on the second point. But this is not only your fault. Yo. Okay, so once again, thank you very much for all your work, for the discussions we had, for what you will do, and I wish you all the best for the next future. And I'm sure you will have a great career because you are very interested in many aspects of research, not only what you do, but it's also a big asset from you is that you are very interested in all the science. So whatever you will learn about, you will be interested in, and it's very, very interesting from you. So keep having this enthusiasm on all aspects of your future work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Léo Fiasson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Giorgio, I will be short. And of course, I will not ask you any more questions. Heureusement pour moi. As everybody knows, your real supervisor is Vianney, and the central arbiter in the way. Thomas also contributed a lot to your work, and I just played. From the first editions for your thesis recruitment, we immediately had a very good feeling of you. We were not wrong. We were also very impressed by the speed with which you collected your first data and used it for your first paper. It's very your dynamism is remarkable. Deux, trois petits soucis techniques.
Yeah.
But your energy is really positive. The feedback I have heard from the elderly subjects underlines your efficiency and your attention. Surtout les dames. This afternoon, we have just heard that you know perfectly the means to evaluate fatigue and fatigability and every shade of the performance. It's right. But I have a scoop to reveal here. You don't know fatigue. You don't know fatigability. If somebody looked it, you can. I have the proof on Strava. Dear Giorgio, it's a real pleasure to have shared these 3 years with you. So I wish you much success in your future project, and also wish you the best for your professional life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vianney.
Thank you. So first, I would like to thank Marin, Stéphane, Raphaël, Christopher, and Guy to accept to be in this high-level committee and to have these discussions with Giorgio. Thank you, Lo and Thomas, for co-supervising this PhD. It was a pleasure for me. I think we made a great team, and I hope Giorgio will share this point of view. You brought the experience I didn't have, and so I learned also from you. So thank you to both of you. Now I would like to congratulate you, Giorgio, for the work you've been for these 3 years, and for today for the defense. Actually, you know, I'm more stressed now to talk than during your defense, because I knew that you mastered your topic. You worked a lot during these 3 years. And so I knew that you would be able to do an excellent defense. So again, congratulations for this work. And actually, as I said, 3 years, but I continued. It was actually 19 months, because so a bit more than 1 year and a half, because you were not able to test for 15 months from March 2020 to May of this year because of the COVID lockdown. So you did most of this work in 15 months. And this year, from May to July, you were able to test about 30 old and very old adults for 3 sessions. So the last study, that was the biggest one. So this is amazing. And despite these difficulties, you already published 8 papers during your PhD, including 5 in first author, and a few ones are already submitted or close to be submitted. So you did a brilliant work during these 3 years. And actually, thanks to your work, we are able to choose which paper we would include in the thesis. So we didn't present at least 2 of the papers you published, and just because you made our chance to choose what to present. So congratulations again for that. And finally, on your PhD, you wrote the PhD, the manuscript in English, but actually you would be able to write it in French or in Italian for the same way.
Without the accent.
So I don't know if I will be able to express everything that I feel, but I have to say that it has been a real pleasure. And it has been very easy to work with you along these 3 years. Even if sometimes, as Thomas said, you are a bit obstinate, so it's difficult to change your mind. But I feel it's a real quality. If you want to change our mind, we have to demonstrate you why it's not like that. So, and yours, yeah, I think that's a quality. So sometimes you can make our job easier, but continue like this. You've worked very well, fast, and proposed many different projects. You also helped many students in other experiments. So we saw that you were able to switch from different fields very easily. And actually, you were close to be the first scientist to win a trial running race in which you were supposed to help your colleagues to collect the data. So for the story, he participated. He was supposed to help his colleagues and participated to the race and finished 4th.
They lost subjects. Some subject dropped. I was helping.
So I hope you will keep this PhD as good memory from a human and work point of view, and you appreciate your time here. And I think everyone appreciates your time here. So we really appreciate to have you here in the lab. So to conclude, you can be proud of your work. I'm very proud of your work, for sure. Congratulations again. It has been a great pleasure, and I wish you all the best for the future.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're done, almost. So now I guess we have to move to the next building for deliberation, and we'll get back in 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe.
Your time.
Yeah, so we can stay here.
Je dico, je n'avais pas regardé moi. In italiano dovete restare qua. 15 minuti. Che? Ah sì? Ah.
Bien, Giorgio, après une longue délibération, n'est-ce pas? Le jury a décidé à l'unanimité de accorder le grade de docteur de l'Université de Lyon et tenais également à te féliciter pour cet excellent travail et cette belle défense. Bravo.
Merci beaucoup.
Raphaël s'excuse, il a dû partir pour prendre son train,
oui,
mais
je
bien
l'ai vu,
sûr,
je l'ai vu.
il a assisté à la délibération. Félicitations.
Merci. Bon, à mon tour de parler. Alors, bah déjà, ma famille comprend pas l'anglais, mais je vais faire en anglais pour Christopher. So, thank you very much to all of you for being present here today. I'm a member of the committee. Thank you to Guy first, for being the president of the jury, for bringing me here in Saint-Etienne and to let me know my supervisors. I will start like you started in the same order. So Thomas. Moi, je vais faire en... Ouais, non, je vais faire en anglais. Thank you. You scared me because, I don't know, you are very tall. Like when you speak, use terms that I don't understand very much. Then I don't understand when you're serious, when you're not. So, yeah, I understood at the third year. You were not that serious. Thank you very much for your guidance. And we had very nice chat. I appreciate a lot your help for the regarding the neuromuscular, the neuromuscular part of my thesis. I learned to appreciate vibration. I see you. Before I didn't even know it was a research field. So, thank you. But it's fascinating. And so I hope to collaborate with you again in the future. Leo, we have still to do this, the revanche, you have to remake this Tirange trail and to see if maybe the old people are more endurant than young. I'm sure that if you train a bit, like I see you in Strava, if you train every day like Sunday, you can beat me for sure. Thank you for first agreeing for being part of my committee. For what I understand from the paperwork, it was not possible at all without your guidance. And thank you a lot. You were a very kind mentor for me. You helped me a lot with the muscular, the biopsies study. Actually, study 1 was not possible without you. So at all, well, all the study actually, because and I really hope to make it next year to Tirange again and see each other again. No, let's go for the 80, no? And Vianney, thank you. Well, yeah, of course, thank you very much. But I will always remember with pleasure the day that we spent discussing how to organize the work, what's the best strategy, how to set up the papers, etc., etc. I knew that you were perfect as supervisor. Honestly, I knew that every single problem that I had, any little issue, you were always there by phone, or I could just knock at your office, enter, and we could chit chat about everything. So for me, this was very, very important. And you were super fast in the answer, and everything that I'm sure that everything that you could do for me, you did actually. So thank you very much. I will just recall this funny episode where we were at the ACAPS the first year, and there were some students that didn't understood if I was the supervisor or you were the supervisor. We played around with them. But for me, it was very, very clear since the beginning. Thank you for accepting me doing this project. Actually, Guy was like, yeah, let's see how they react in Italian on the video in French. But then we had, I think, very good time together. The paper, I really think that they are very good quality. We have just to refine the details, and then we can submit them and do it over. I think I'm looking forward for your future work. I guess the next step is doing the same study C on old women. So looking forward to read these results. And yeah, I hope also to continue collaborate with you in the future. So yeah, that's sum up about everything. Not everything, because I could stay here speaking hours because I like speaking. So next thing is thank you to my colleagues here. First, because they stayed until the end. And second, because they supported me all along the duration of my PhD. I don't know, have some example, but I will not make in time. Thank you for my friends here, so the putos here. So it was very nice to share those 3 years with, well, 3 years. You came one after the other, but it was very good time spent with you. Hope to stay in contact with you as much as possible. Well, Malvina understands English. Thank you, Malvina. Hope you're coming in Nantes with me. Then, of course, thank you to my family. They will not understand what I'm going to say, but so I will not spend a lot of words. Huh? I can speak in Italian, but I will just sum up for them later. They are supposed to speak in English, you know. Thank you very much for supporting me during this moving around those years. Going to Canada, going to France, etc., etc. I didn't have a salary, so who is going to pay? Of course, my parents. And then maybe I understand why, because I spent all my salaries on bikes. So it was a wise choice. So thank you to my families, and also thank you to the representative of my friends from my valley, Nicola. Thank you for making it here. And I will also thank the others once I'm back. Okay, you want to hear something else? Okay, thank you, Rodolphe. Maybe it's not here, no, for the technical assistance. But yeah, that was pretty much it. I'm not very good with acknowledgements. Good, so now there is a little pool. So I don't know how to say it in English, but yeah, it's where we have to go and eat in the classroom in the other building. And please, if you are a member of the jury, I know that Dr. Guagnon has to go, maybe someone else. Please stay a little bit more because I have a present for all of you. I know that my supervisor is staying, at least I hope. Also he. And okay, so let's see in a while there. Okay. C'est bon.
Bravo, docteur.
Ah, merci. Oh là là. Ah, j'étais fatigué pendant les derniers discours là, c'était dur. Merci Thomas. Ouf.
Il faut un restaurant avec le détail de taille là. Putain, on est bon.
Putain.
Ah, le premier détail de taille, on était heureux. Alors, c'est bon, resto ce soir payé. Allez, allez.
Ouais, c'est déjà payé. Merci
Bravo.
beaucoup. Merci.
Merci, Fabien. Bravo, Fabien.
On fait une photo avec le membre du jury?
Ah, c'est que ça, chez vous?
Ouais. Ouais.
mec.
Ouais, ça y est. Tu peux. Attends, quand on fait une photo, mais. Non, je demanderai à quelqu'un d'autre. Ouais. Ouais. Uh-huh.
Yep. Bon, bah, c'était chouette. Hein.
Merci. Ouh, c'était long, hein? Ah ouais, attends.
Bravo.